board meeting, we ask that you bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather together, we invite your presence among us. As we embark on our discussions and decisions, we ask that you grant us with clarity of thought, unity of purpose, and wisdom. May you provide us with resilience to make decisions that best serve our Pearsall ISD community with trust, respect, and excellence. We also ask that you provide healing and comfort to all our neighbors dealing with the hardships due to the current flooding. We also ask, dear Father, that you keep our students, teachers, and district staff safe and healthy with the summer heat. And we hope that our teachers and students are well rested and optimistic for the upcoming new school year. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Item 3, Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 4, citizens to be heard. Ms. Audrey, is there anyone signed? No? Okay. Since there are no speakers to be signed up, there's no public comment, we will move on. Item 5, presentations. Item A, monthly financials. Presenter, Ms. Lisa Fernandez.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's kind of hard to see. This is the presentation of the June 2026 financials. Beginning with the combined funds board report for general operating funds, 180 for athletics, 181 for swimming pool, 182 for band, and 199 for the general fund. Also, special revenue fund 240 for the food service department, and interest and sinking fund 511 for debt service. Next is a comparison of revenue to budget by for the general operating funds. In June, $1,557,978.49 of revenue was received. The majority of that was received from local and intermediate sources, such as tax collections. Realized revenue to date was $23,638,470.02, which is approximately 86% of the estimated revenue budgeted. Next, in addition, we received $25,649.68. And this was for indirect costs from special programs revenue. Next is a comparison of expenditures and encumbrances to budget by function. I wanted to briefly explain that, as in past presentations, there's going to be several functions that are overspent in certain categories or perhaps overall. Those are due to various issues, such as payroll raise increase was a higher percentage than what was budgeted, because that decision was made at a later date. Also, some employees went from salary to hourly employees. Incentive pay was also increased from the rate that was paid in previous years. And then there were also expenses approved throughout the year where the approval was approved by the board, but no funding was requested at those times. Also, the special ed co-op closed, so we are picking up the expenses, encumbrances that they had remained in for the rest of the school year, because those grants and account codes 437 for the co-op closed. Okay, on here you will see a breakdown by function, including function 11 for instruction, 12 for library, 13 for staff development, 21 for instructional administration, and 23 for campus administration. Function 11, $118,608.16 was encumbered. $327,700 $68.45 was expended, with the expenditure to date of $10,847,625.57. For the month of June, Function 23 had an encumbrance of $73,540.20, an expenditure of $150,743.72, and an expenditure to date of $1,625,816.23. Next are functions 31 for guidance and counseling, functions 32 for attendance and social work services, function 33 for health services, function 34 for transportation, function 35 for food services, and function 36 for extracurricular. Function 34 in June had an encumbrance of $256,100.78, an expenditure of $63,767.27, an expenditure to date of $630,086.88. While as co-curricular activities had $75,725.99 encumbered, $109,291.41 expended, and an expenditure to date of $1,079,268.13. Continuing on, are functions 41 for general administration, 51 for maintenance and operation, 52 for security, 53 for technical services, and 61 for community service. In June, function 51 had an encumbrance of $1,973,480.68, an expenditure of $364,305, and expenditure to date of $3,150,707.23, while tech had an encumbrance of $94,530.12, an expenditure of $52,842.87, and an expenditure to date of $702,147.47. Moving on, we have function 71 for debt service, 81 for facilities acquisition and construction, 93 for member districts of shared service arrangements, 95 for Atascosa County JJAEP, and 99 for the appraisal district costs. In June, function 71 had an encumbrance of $98,650.83, with an expenditure to date of $334,694.93, whereas function 93 had no encumbrance for the month, but had an expenditure of $212,351.23, with the expenditure to date of $637,053.69. The total encumbrance for all of general operating funds was $3,121,973.52. The total expenditure for the month was $1,714,293.64, and an expenditure to date of $23,287,188.06, which is approximately 77% of the total budget. Next, there were no other operating expenses for the general operating fund. Moving on is the comparison of revenue to budget for the Food Service Fund 240. In June, $380,573.53 was received in revenue. The revenue realized to date was $1,829,639.91, which is approximately 79% of the total estimated revenue budgeted for the food service program. Next is a comparison of expenditures and encumbrances to budget, also by function. The food service department only uses function 35 for food services and function 51 for maintenance and operations. The only expenses that had were for function 35. The total encumbrance was $285,898.42. The current expenditure of $148,876.01, and an expenditure to date of $1,847,973.76. 79% has been spent approximately for their total budget. Moving on is a comparison of revenue to budget for the interest and sinking fund 511. In June, $666,459.39 was received. Realized revenue to date was $3,276,150.60. We've actually received $76,573.60 more than what was estimated to be received. This fund only uses function 71 for debt services. In June, $330,100 was encumbered. There was a current expenditure of $1,695,000 and an expenditure to date of $1,906,100, which is 85% of the total budget for the interest and sinking fund. Next is the schedule of general fund certificates of deposit. Amounts invested this month were $30,500,000. Interest accrued at the end of the month was $93,645.21, and the total value at the end of the month was $30,593,645.21. Continuing on, we have the schedule of interest and sinking fund certificates of deposit. Amounts invested this month were $1,327,731. Interest accrued at the end of the month was $4,015.93, and the total value at the end of the month was $1,331,746.93. General fund interest in the Lone Star investment pool. Interest earned for June was $3,702.07. Total interest earned was $38,379.80, and total investment plus year-to-date interest earned was $1,181,999.28. That concludes the financial report for the month of June.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you.
Item B, facilities status report. Mr. Humberto Gonzalez and Mr. Leroy San Miguel.
Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, Mr. President, and good afternoon, Dr. Spoor, and good afternoon, all the people that are here today. I'm going to cover some of the things we've been doing within the facilities. And when I say the facilities, that's throughout the whole different campuses, including central office and different areas of the district. Some of the things we've been doing, because this is... Oh, okay, there, okay. Okay, I'll keep on going here. Why is it moving so slow? Come on. Okay, so anyway, while we get this thing fixed, one of the things that we've been doing throughout the campuses, understand, is we've been painting, doing a lot of painting through not only one specific campus, but in the different portions of the campus that we've been doing, including here. We've been doing a lot of painting here at the central office. We've been putting a lot of furniture together, furniture that was ordered or furniture that needed to be put together within the whole district, especially at TFE and some in this location. We went through and almost probably, I would say probably about 95% changed a lot of the ceiling tiles, which are this kind of ceiling tiles throughout the campuses where we had a lot of leakage. Like, for example, the junior high had a lot of leaks. We replaced a lot of the tiles there. The lighting as well throughout, and I say throughout the campuses because we're going throughout all the facilities, going through and changing all the lights. When we did the facility maintenance walk, what was it, about maybe a month ago, a lot of the floors were really deteriorated real bad, as you all saw that. I think if you walk today, you're going to see a big major difference, and I have to applaud the custodians and the maintenance department because they've been doing a heck of a job. You know, even in this kind of weather, we're 103 today, 101 yesterday. So they've been doing a very good job, and I appreciate them. You know, it's just a lot of detail work that we're doing, not only in the inside of the facilities, but also the grounds, keeping the grounds, you know, up to par, getting the stadium ready because football season around the corner. Talking to Mr. Cantu, you know, we got probably some games that we're going to have, which are just going to be not regular games, but getting the facility ready for that particular area. We had already done a lot of painting before graduation. We did put in some new, thank you. We did put in some new commodes in a lot of the facilities, both the home side and the visitor side. A lot of those that were in there were like more like child commodes and stuff. So we put in some adult commodes in there for, you know, for the elderly or for the adults. We did that. Looking at some of these pictures here is going through, we painted a lot of the front doors of the campuses. This is in the intermediate. The next one is in the hallway at TFE. The whole TFE, we painted the whole aisle. I mean, it was really scratched real bad, you know, staples and stuff like that. So we went ahead and painted the whole thing in the TFE department. Well, anyway, I'm not going to use that because it's not really good technology, right? So anyway, going back to what I was saying is going through and we did a lot of the power washing in front of all the campuses. That's already a done deal. Power washing all the front sidewalks, even the front sidewalks, side sidewalks, mostly in the junior high area where also they got side sidewalks. We power wash all that right there. We clean up all the canopies throughout the different campuses, not only at TFE, but junior high. At the high school, you know, we had some things over there that, you know, first impression when you go in front of a campus, you see things that probably should not be there. So this is the type of things we're looking at. Something that's going to kind of beautify the campus, I guess you could say, make it look a lot better, more presentable. And that's some of the things that we're doing by doing the painting and things like that we were doing. The flooring, we did a lot of improvements on the flooring. I know about a month ago when you all walked, some of you did, that walked through, the floors were really kind of, I would call them disastrous. They were pretty, I use the word ugly because they were ugly. But we really made a big difference in improving the floors throughout the campuses, and they look a lot better. Where the presentation, the lighting, we using the LED lighting, the putting like in the here in this facility, we put some new LED lighting in the lobby, which is more presentable, a lot more lighted up, so it looks a lot better. We will have carpet in here by Monday. All this facility here, we have brand new carpet, so it'll look a lot better. And then in the administration offices, like at the junior high, at the TFE, we painted those offices. We cleaned them up. There were a lot of just a lot of deterioration. There was a lot of holes on the walls and stuff like that we corrected. So we've been doing a lot going through all the campuses is like a work in progress, and it is a lot. I mean, you know, it's kind of like having to walk every little area. So, but I do want to say, we're going forward. We're not going backwards. We've done a lot more this year than we've done probably in the past years. And, I feel very comfortable that what we're doing is going to help us to improve. And not only that, but also save us money on some of the things that we thought we were going to have to spend money on, Mr. President. I think we're going to save money on a lot of things. It's just a matter of having the time to do it correctly. And like the floors, for example. And I think by doing that, you're going to see it's I call it an investment. So we can usually utilize the money somewhere else. And that's what we're doing. I mean, we're just going through, we're working smarter. My guys are working hard. I mean, I have to give them all the credit because they're the ones doing the job. I'm just giving them the direction, and that's what we're doing. We're going through, and we did put some thanks to the city. Mr. Gandara that works over there gave us some asphalt, so we put asphalt here at the central office where a lot of the holes were really deteriorated, and you come in and probably by the time you left you needed new suspension because it was all pretty rough and pretty ugly. And we're going to do the same thing because we already got a load of that in the college area. And we'll be doing the college on Friday morning, putting asphalt on all the holes and stuff like that. And as we work with them, because they're working with us, as we get more asphalt, we're going to try to cover a lot of the holes before school starts because after tomorrow, we only got, I think it's like 20 days. So we're going to try to cover a lot of the holes and stuff like that. So at least, we got a smooth parking lot and stuff like that. And little things that we're doing like that that's going to help us out tremendously. The custodians have been doing a good job with the floors. I mean, I think they've done a phenomenal job with that. And then we've done a lot of painting in the hallways. They've been doing that to help us out. So they've been doing a lot of painting and stuff like that. And then going forward in the future, I have a plan that will probably help us to lighten up the facilities with the lighting. There's a new lighting that I found. We won't cover that today, but later on as we go forward, I'd like to present that later and show you what we're looking at that will really make a difference in the way the presentation of the inside of the building will look. Okay, that's all I got. Any questions?
No, just share our gratitude to your grounds, your
Thank you.
custodial, and your maintenance people.
Yes, sir.
I know it's hot out there, and especially with
Yes,
all
sir.
this rain that we just had last week as
Yes,
well.
sir.
It makes it
Yes, sir.
tougher, to clean up buildings from,
Yeah.
when you tracked in,
Yes, sir.
all the dirt and mud and whatever, and of course, working out in the heat.
Yes, sir,
So
absolutely.
it does make it difficult. But this is really the best time to do all this kind of work.
Yes,
during the summer, so
it's the best
the
time.
only time, really.
Yes,
you know,
and
so
it gives us
just
a
our
lot of time.
gratitude to them.
Yes, sir. Especially when on Fridays when a lot of people are not here, that's when we really get caught up on a lot of stuff because
Right.
because during the not that we're trying to beat up the faculty that are here, but when they're not here, we're getting more done because they're not calling us all over the place. So it's good, and those guys are working hard. And even though it's so hot and stuff like that, they're still getting the job done. They follow direction, and it's just letting them know this is what we expect, this is what we want, and it's to benefit the faculty, benefit the students, and also have pride for our schools.
And,
Right?
and I like the detailed update that you have on this spreadsheet because
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, you see just the big projects, but
Yes,
you
sir.
don't see the little things that y'all are doing.
Right.
So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, board. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Sport.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
wanted to again reiterate, so thank you for all the hard work that
Yes,
you and
ma'am.
your staff are putting in.
Thank you.
I did want to mention, I saw, the detailed list of every campus that y'all gone to. And I know that I happened to walk into the band hall like early June, the Alawan band hall.
Mm-hmm.
And that one needs a lot of.
Yes, that's
I know y'all are super busy, but
a work in progress, and we're very aware of that. We're gonna do a lot of painting in that facility, and then there's probably some tile that we're gonna have to change in there as well. We do have some leakage in the administrative offices in that particular building that we gotta address. But you're right. I think if I was to evaluate and do an assessment in all the campuses and every facility that we have, probably the junior high band hall would probably be one that we really need to get in there and focus more on that. And we're aware of that. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
I was just saying, just like you mentioned, we want everything to look inviting, especially
Absolute.
for the new personnel.
Yes, ma'am.
And the same thing there. But
Yes, ma'am.
but I do appreciate everything that y'all are doing.
Thank you. Thank you. We do it. It's the right thing to do for our students, and it's the right thing to do for our faculty that are coming in, because we want them to feel good, and I graduated here, so I have a lot of pride. So we'll do whatever it takes. Amen.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you.
Mr. Hummy, real quick.
Yes, sir.
whether it's hot,
Yes, sir.
what are y'all doing to, you know?
I'm
maintain
letting
pretty
them. I'm
much,
letting them purchase water. We buy the water through the A's. We have ice at the transportation department. Everybody has coolers because that was one thing that when I first went in there, I addressed this to make sure everybody has water. A lot of times, like yesterday when it was like 100 and something degrees, I had two gentlemen in the cutting the fence area here on Berry Ranch Road. So I kind of, you know, I mean, it's kind of like you say you wouldn't put something to do something that you wouldn't do. So it's a matter of taking care of people. And I said, look, if it gets real hot, go inside somewhere, cool off, drink some water. So we're taking care of our people. You know, we're not going to abuse them. We're going to take care of them, and because they're doing a good job. And I mean, these guys will not stop. If I don't tell them, they won't stop. You know, I think, but they do just do a good job for us. You know, and I appreciate them. But yes, we are getting them water, Mr. Rodriguez, and we're getting them the ice from the transportation department. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
and that being said, also, your vehicles, do the ACs work? Are they working to where y'all can actually take a break and cool off?
We have
once
a
in while? Or, I mean,
Yeah, we have a few of them
because
that.
I seen, the reason I'm asking is I seen it
Yes.
personally. Some are kind of, they're pretty
Yes,
rough. And
we have some vehicles that are pretty worn down. They're you know, they're, I guess I could say, beat up. But a lot of times when they don't have that's why I tell them if they're in a particular facility or a particular campus, then I tell them, well, go inside, you know, go to the lounge, whatever, cool off. Because I mean, it does get very, very hot, and you can get dehydrated very, very quickly. Even today, I mean, before I came here, I went and took a shower because I was all sweaty. And so somebody laughed because I said, I don't want to go in there smelling like a hog. So I went and took a shower and stuff like that because it's hot out there. And even though you're moving around and going to every campus, walking the parking lots and stuff like that. But that's one thing I tell these guys, you know, make sure if it gets too hot, go inside, cool off, drink some water. There's ice. They know where the ice is at. And because some of the vehicles, you're right, they don't have air conditioners. So they go in there and they kind of cool off, and you know, and that's what we're doing right now. And we're gonna beat the sun. We're gonna beat it.
no, and I know. I mean, I work outside myself.
Yeah, and it's hot. It is.
So,
Yes, sir.
No, maybe we can look into getting some of those ACs fixed.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
Yes, sir.
I mean,
Yes, sir.
think
One thing
it's-
that we do focus on just real briefly was, you know, all our buses, we got them all up to par. Every air conditioner in there, including number 17, which was our biggest nightmare bus, but we got all that corrected. And then what we did, starting of yesterday, and I got with the mechanic, was to make sure, turn them on like for 30 minutes a day and turn on the air conditioners because, you know, we hadn't used some of the buses for a while. So I told them just turn them on to make sure we're just circulating, you know, to make sure everything's going to be working so we don't have no hiccups come, you know, back to school. We wouldn't have any type of hiccups. Like I had mentioned earlier about a month ago, was every bus in the transportation department has brand new tires. We've changed all the filters, all the oil changes are done, etc. There's some white fleet that probably we need to still change some of the tires, but everything on the transportation department right now is up to par, is ready to go as soon as we start back to school. Yes, sir.
We'll be talking about vehicles during our budget workshop.
Okay.
So, anyway, unless Dr. Spore was to briefly just mention it right now, but other than that, we'll be discussing
sounds
that.
good. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. God bless.
I'm the other part of the tag team here with Mr. Gonzalez. I have had the distinct pleasure of being here for about a year now. I've seen your facilities a year ago, and I've seen them now. And I compliment Mr. Gonzalez, the maintenance staff and custodial staff, and I see the difference. When he talks about replacing of lighting, it does make a difference inside the schools. When he does painting in strategic areas like he talked about, it does make a difference. And so, you know, compliments to Mr. Gonzalez and his staff for doing the best thing he can with what he's got to make their schools look a lot better, and certainly for the staff and the students. My portion of it, I will mention a couple of things. I know some of you have had an opportunity to go to the athletics. I know Coach Cantu is here in terms of the locker shower areas. And I will tell you that there is a contract right now to upgrade those locker shower areas. You know, the flooring that some of you have seen are in pretty poor condition. And so I know phase 1 is coming. I know Dr. Spore signed off on getting I talked to the contractor this morning, and they're ready to move sometime at the end of this week or the beginning of next week to do all the flooring in the shower, the locker areas, and the restrooms. Those are the areas that are probably the ones that need a lot of work on. There's a phase 2, and you'll see it in your board agenda to approve phase 2, which is the hallways and the offices that also need some help as well. So hopefully that would be something that you would consider as we move forward through the board agenda. So I wanted to mention that because there are things that are happening that are very positive to the overall condition of your facilities and certainly for the appearance and comfort for our kids. I'll start off with the track project. Some of you have probably seen it. I drove by it today, and I was here about a week and a half ago looking at the track project, talking to the consultant. Everything is well underway. The drainage system is being installed, and this morning I had a phone call with the engineer, and he gave me even more news or more updates on it. So the drainage system is almost complete right now. And that's that big pipe that goes out to the side of the track on the north end, so we can move the water and get it out of the field, so to speak. Concrete retaining wall is installed, and that's what holds the base, so it doesn't fall into the ditch or the city ditch, so to speak. That's complete as well. Track substrate and the base that they had to pull off to make that retaining wall is complete. The field turf was removed in the north areas, and the base has been installed. You remember we had to take part of the turf off to access the northern end of the track. Video board is installed. I know if you've gone by there, you've seen it. It's nice and sizable. And that was installed, but there are some challenges, and I'll talk to you a little bit about what those are in a few minutes. There are two completion dates from the beginning. One was for the actual field itself, and the other one was for the track. The field, I just got a report that it's going to be ready by the end of this month, if not the beginning of next month. And that's where I think Coach Cantu is going to need it to do some spring practice and things of that nature. The track, the base is going down, or the asphalt, and as I mentioned some time ago, that we need 28 days for it to cure, almost a whole month, before you can put the surfacing on that. So we all knew from the beginning that was going to go into September, but it should not impact the operations of athletics out there. So wanted to share with you that these are some of the things that are happening now. I just talked to Coach Cantu a little while ago, and I said, one of the reports we're getting back is, we had to run power to the new board. It wasn't sufficient enough in the existing stadium. So now we got to put transformers, and those take some time to get. So the report is that they're 2 weeks out, and then it takes another week to install them. So we're going to go right to the middle of August, if not the end. So we're talking about contingency plans of what are we going to do in case it's not done. But we'll hopefully keep our fingers crossed that everything stays on schedule, and hopefully we'll be ready for that first game when you have it here in the latter part of August. So more to come on that. And we're working hard to try to get a delivery time that's much faster than what they're telling us. So that's the only hiccup that we got so far on the track. And stop me, because I'm going to go by project, so stop me if you have any questions, please. So here's some video boards. Now this is as July 9th, and we're further along than that, so you see it, they're more progress. But you can see the new retaining wall up to the left, on the left right slide. That's that concrete piece. That's what holds everything on the base behind it. So that's in, and they're starting to fill in the track area as of now. And you see that the board and the turf repair is happening as we speak. Some of you may remember that on I guess you call it the west side of the stand, the home side, in the back side, there was always a ponding of water there. Every time it rained, there was always people going through water. The engineer recommended that we put a swell so we can move the water from that area and move it into the ditch area. So that was part of the project as well. So that is pretty much complete. And then of course you see the drainage pipe, which is further along than that field. Let's see. Okay, hot water, again, stop me if you have any questions on any of these. The hot water system, I know a year ago, in having conversations with Dr. Spoor, one hot water heater for the high school did not work. And it had been a while before it worked. So we decided that we needed to get it functional. And there's actually 2 water heaters in there. One's working, one was not. We hired a mechanical engineer because this is a very sensitive thing. These are gas-fired hot waters that have a lot of safety features that need to be put in them, so we needed to get an engineer to help us with that. It was bid out. We decided to replace, the board decided to replace the two units, and we got that approved. Contractor started in May, and the project is about 95, actually it's 95% complete, because I just had a conversation with an engineer, and they're getting ready to perform a multitude of tests. So it's actually, believe it or not, hot water is running through both of those heaters right now.
Leroy,
So, yes,
question,
yes,
on
yes.
going back to the drainage, the swale, how big of a dip does it have?
It's
The only
very,
reason I'm asking is because people probably
We'll-
tend to
we'll
use
walk
it as
through it, yeah.
sidewalk and
it's
stuff
very
like that.
mild. It's
Very
just,
mild.
I mean, it's imperceptible. It's just, you'll see it, but you can walk through it. It should not be a big stumbling block. If it is, we're gonna have to put, little covers and things of that nature, and because it's so slight, it should not present a problem. But if we do run into difficulties, please let us know. We'll look at an option. But it's real light. If you can see it, it's,
And how long is it?
oh my gosh,
what
it
is- what is-
it goes away from the,
All the way from
The
end zone to
restroom, is it
end
the
zone to
restroom
end zone,
building?
basically?
almost all the way around.
Okay.
We have to move that water because it's going in the wrong direction. It should go to the ditch. It was
So
just.
we'll probably end up having people walk on it. So.
Yeah, yeah, and I know sometimes they park in that area, so we gotta be real careful they don't park on top of that as well, because they'll break it as well. So, yeah, but it's sizable, and it should not be a problem. So the hot water heater, is, all the electrical is complete, both heaters are running, and, one of the maintenance guys went out with the engineer and they checked some of the water to see if it was coming out hot and so forth, so on, and it is. The manufacturer has to come back and start it up officially, and that's gonna happen next week. And, then we have to have a state inspection, because these are big boilers, and they have to be inspected by the state. And so they're waiting on them to tell them when the state can be up here and sign off on it as well. And then, of course, we gotta get the city to sign off on it as well, because it's a code issue, so. And they're setting up the, what do you call it, the inspections right now with the city, Pearsall, so they can go on and check it. So once all that done, we anticipate another week, a week and a half, and they should be all signed off and turned over to the district, so that we can get the hot water in there for those kids in the locker shower areas. That's at the high school, by the way. So here's a couple of pictures. You saw the one before this. This is what it looked like before. This is what it looks like now. Got new piping on all the things, all brand new, with all the sensors that we needed because of the gas that goes to it. And then, of course, the new hot water here. There's another one right next to it, to the left of the picture on the left side. Roofing, as you will know, that we had some challenges with the junior high. We've had challenges for quite a while now, and so we had another round of rains that happened months ago, and we tried to get those resolved as quickly as possible. However, we had to get the engineer and the contractor to go out there and check and recheck and make sure that we got the right spots to begin with. So all of that being said, we were able to get that bid from the contractor for the additional cost to do that, and that's on tonight's board agenda as well. Now, one of the things that I know is challenging for you and certainly for us is that it takes a little bit longer to try to get these things done. And a lot of it has to do with the process that we use, because we got to get the consultant, we got to hire him, he's got to go out there and check it, do the drawing specifications, send it to the contractor. The contractor has to look at it, probably run over here, check things, measure and things of that nature, and then give us a bid, and then we have to come to the board for final approval. So frankly, in my opinion, it took probably a lot longer than it should have, and I take partially responsibility for that, because I should have pushed a little bit more harder for that. But on the other hand, we're here now and we're ready to move forward for the next phase. Again, this is what we do know about the leakage there. I'm hoping that is 95% of everything that we got out there. So, and only after we finish the repairs, time will tell how successful we're going to be. But we feel confident that we got the majority of the leaks at the junior high. So again, this is where we are now. We have on the board agenda, we have the actual quotation to increase the existing contract to the roofing contractor to try to get those done as quickly as possible. If the board approves it tonight, then we're looking at a week or so before they can start mobilizing, and another 3 to 4 weeks before the repairs are done. And hopefully we don't have any rain, so they will not impact them. So we're gonna move pretty fast after today.
So they're gonna extend possibly into 2 weeks of our school,
They could,
yeah,
they could,
possibly.
if possible, yeah. Now, again, I'm gonna push them as hard as I can because, you know, you take advantage of good weather and every once in a while, you know, we get the rain and then it slows things down as well. So yeah, I think it's gonna go into, hopefully if we can get them the approval fast and they can mobilize, it could be done right before school starts.
And this company was the same one that did the prior work, right?
Yes.
I know it's a different
American
location
Roofing.
of, what kind of warranty are they coverage for?
They usually have like a 3 to 6 month warranty on repairs. But I know.
Right, it's not a replacement, it's just repair.
Yeah,
right?
because if it was complete replacement, you get 1 year.
Right.
Actually, we recommend 2 years, believe it or not, on new replacements. And we're talking about blowing everything out, starting from scratch. But they will warrant it for anywhere from 3 to 6 months. I'll double check the contracts because it's in the contract with them. American Roofing, my personal experience, have been with them with other school districts. They're pretty good and they respond pretty fast. And they're very knowledgeable in the area of roofing. And as a result of that, we feel comfortable. That's why we recommended them to begin with, because they're very attentive to the work and things of that nature. And they came out there and fixed some other stuff for you that they probably didn't even charge us. If you remember, when we recommended the contract for the initial, we put a $5,000 contingency, owner's contingency. We're gonna use $48,884 out of that for a couple of areas. And then the remainder is what's on the agenda for consideration, for board approval consideration. That's where we are with it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so thank you. Okay, so Facility Advisory Committee, as you know, the board approved the formation of a Facility Advisory Committee. We have had 2 meetings. Some of you have been there, I know. And you know, I always track how many people show up because it's always interesting, and I've been through a lot of committees, and usually you get anywhere from 30 to 40%. Yours is like 50+%. There's a lot of people showing up and
very active.
and very engaging.
Right.
And I always say this, that they're asking the right questions.
Right.
That's unusual sometimes, you know? And so, but we covered on the first meeting the logistics, the rules, the regulations, expectations. Then we conducted a walkthrough of the junior high, and they saw what I call the good, the bad, and the ugly, so they could get a feel for the condition of the facilities. And certainly from my observations, which I mentioned a few minutes ago, members were very inquisitive and very engaging. So you get a good group. That's all I can tell you at this point in time. The second meeting was held on June 8th, and it was interesting because I know some of you were there. They wanted to meet like right away because we want to get through this process fast because we want some action to happen ultimately. And so we met the very next week, and almost 60% showed up, which again is pretty high in terms of these types of meetings, so to speak. They walked to the high school, and they wanted to go see the elementary school as well. So took some time, and as we were walking, they're asking questions, and they're being real inquisitive. So, and then we talked about next steps, what they want to see, some of the things that I think from administration they need to know about various types of things, the rules and regulations that school districts have to go through from a facilities perspective, and things of that nature. So we're putting a presentation together, Dr. Sporer and myself, of what that next meeting would be. And I think what we had a discussion is that we ought to hold on to the next meeting until school starts because everybody's running all over the place. You know, there are some teachers there, some campus administrators, and they're gonna have their.
Yeah, I think our biggest work right now is the junior high roof for now. I
Yes.
mean, besides the scoreboard and track
Right.
area, so, but yeah.
So we'll wait until school starts to get the next meeting so we can get that momentum going back again, and we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
So that's some exciting news in terms of getting a lot of folks involved and engaged. And that's all I had.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Mo- Meeting, like what kind of things being done? Oh, another committee meeting.
The progress and update, and then it would be nice to then come back and see bigger update
Mhm.
from where we left off. I'm just saying there's less traffic going on right now. It's just a suggestion to, because I was gonna ask to walk through and see, but why not do it through a committee? An update.
We can do that either way, but I mean, we're looking, what, 3 weeks?
Our other concern just was the time. We've got 2 board workshops next
Yeah.
week. The week after that, we've got a board training, and then school starts. So,
There's always gonna be something
there-
I would like to see.
there is, and certainly the board is welcome to, we'll be happy to walk you guys through anytime you wanna do it. Wanted to make sure that we're able to get some, parents in on the meeting, and that was one of the things that we had lots of employees and we had some community members, but getting some of the parents required, that started after school was out. So now that school's gonna be back in, the principals will be able to give us some more parents, and we've got two new principals coming into the mix too, but we can certainly arrange walkthroughs anytime.
Yeah. But again, like you said, and like I referenced, that they are, the ones that are showing up, 50 to 60%, they're very engaged and like asking a lot of questions and concerns, really, more than anything. And they're looking at the administrators and the students, faculty, everybody that's in each one of those buildings, it's a big concern. So we got a good group on that one, so we can talk about that.
Okay, just let us know.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and I do want to add, should y'all decide on another committee meeting for the facilities, that would be good, for them to have that information and oversight, so that when we do get together for the finance and budget.
Thank you. Next item, item C, Scoreboard Advertising, Coach Joey Cantu, Athletic Director.
Good evening, Mr. Board President, board members, Dr. Spohr, and all in attendance. Today, what we are going to talk about, or tonight, what we're going to talk about is we have a beautiful scoreboard, but how are we going to get people to help pay for that scoreboard? And that's ultimately going to be something that I'm going to be tasked with, and with the help with Daktronics. It's not something that I'm going to do alone. Daktronics is a good marketing team. They helped put together this package presentation, and so I kind of wanted to go through it with you and just kind of touch on some of the things that obviously they kind of use to help sell you, the board, and explain a little bit about how you can get money back or revenue, or generate some revenue back to help pay for that scoreboard. And ultimately, when it's all said and done, it's going to be about kids and highlighting and doing a lot of different things. And it's really cool to have something like this. But ultimately, we want to also have partners with us that are going to help, not only support us, the community, and our school district. And so that's kind of what we want to look at a little bit today. So we'll just start off as what we kind of show, and this is a little bit of the presentation that I go through with a company. Now, I've already talked to Petro, which has a local station here in town, but I've talked to Corporate already with them. One of the ladies is in Las Vegas, and we're talking to them. They're very interested in helping out. They have already kind of helped out a little bit. And one of the things that we're working on, and I'm working with Ms. Fernandez about this, is more of a digital payment, learning, using Stripe and things like that, so where they're not just paying with cash or a check, especially on some of the amounts that we're asking for. We're going to need something like that for our school district. And so again, these are all things that are going to be new or kind of new to y'all. And so, again, it's important for them to understand what they're kind of buying into. And so, again, we have a couple of other presentations we'll be making. I've contacted VI.A, talked to their store owner. I reached out to Clayton Neal over at the bank Ace Hardware, and a couple of other places that I've already tried to get some feelers out just to kind of see if we can get this thing going. And I know our board is not ready to go, but at the same time as, you know, our season's around the corner. So we talk a little bit about shaping the future and being part of a new Maverick tradition. One of the things that we like to partner our partners to understand is obviously, you know, what they're doing is contributing to not only athletics, but academics, activities, budget, and athletes in general. You know, because you look at it and you look at what does the scoreboard bring? Sure, it brings advertisement to these companies, but it brings experience to students who learn how to use technology, learn about the digital graphics, learn about, you know, all the things that they need, the videotape or the videoing of a game, the highlights, all those things, you know, they have some sort of connection not only to athletics, but to academics, to activities, and things like that. So we want to make sure that our partners not just like handing over a check and it's just the advertisement, and to say that there's a lot more that goes into it. One of the things that we have expressed to these businesses, or will be expressing, is, you know, survey says that it is good for their business. You know, obviously when you market within a school district, that means you're supporting a school district. And so it's not just advertising on TV, it's saying, hey, I partnered with the school district and I'm giving back to kids. And so that's kind of a big thing for these companies, because it highlights them, but in a good way. Some of the advantages at Pearsall High School, you know, like we talk about for their business, it'll stimulate sales, it'll increase brand loyalty, it'll drive traffic to their business, it'll create brand awareness and visibility, it sets themselves apart from the competition, shows support for our community and students, and that's kind of one of the big things that I try to highlight for those companies. Helps keep athletic programs healthy and competitive. It reaches local and out-of-town customers more effectively, and then enhance the fan experience and leave a positive impression about your business and our team, okay? So again, these are just some benefits and some highlights that we express to those businesses. Like I said to you before, it gives students experience in the field, okay? I would tell you that graphic design, marketing, all those things are huge in the business world. You know, one of the things that I taught when I was a teacher was business and money matters and things like that. And my daughter's going into marketing. I explained to her how important, how lucrative that industry really is. And so for these kids, it gives them a little bit of that experience. It shows them a little bit of what's out there. And so again, these are kind of some opportunities and some you know, things, pathways that they could possibly pursue later down the road. And so you look at this is right here, a kind of what we envision our scoreboard to look like. You see the 3 panels over on the right. You know, back in the old days, you'd have to actually make the panel, put it up there and kind of do those things. Now it's all digital. And so this is kind of a really cool thing. We'll have video, live video happening. And of course, we're going to have to make sure we do the right thing. You show video and you don't show the replays all the time, because all of a sudden you get a lot of people, you know, up in arms about, oh, that's a holding. Why didn't they, you know? But it's great to see it on the screen. The advertisers, you see the 3 on the side there. Obviously, those would be some of our anchor partnerships. If you look at that anchor partnership or deal that you see there, the top part, one of the things that you see is we're looking for 4 anchor partners. And what that basically means is these are our big sponsors. These are the people who are going to pay $12,000 a year. We're looking for a commitment of 5 years. And yes, if you look at that, that's a total of $60,000.
240K.
You know, huh?
240K.
Yeah. And so you're looking at, that's a huge, huge thing for us. Now, again, it might not cover the whole cost of the scoreboard. when it's all said and done. And what Daktronics did and what we really talked about was, you know, how can we raise and generate money and sponsorships, especially in a rural area. And that's kind of one of the things. And we're looking at this. If you were to go to Austin, you were to go to San Antonio, those sponsorships are probably more like 20,000, in that range, 20 to 25,000. And so for us, it was kind of more of, hey, what can we put out there that obviously is going to promote these businesses? And again, this is all kind of a, let's see how we do. Let's get 4 sponsors. Let's see if we can commit. You know, and if it goes really, really well, then in 5 years, we could go up in price. I mean, that could be something that you as a board can make that decision on what we decide to do. But what it ultimately does is, as a partner for this, you would get a 30-second in-game commercial. So during a timeout, things like that, we would have a commercial that would go on, you know, whether it be Ace Hardware or Security State Bank, something like that. They'll have a feature entitlement, and that entitlement would be that on the right side, one of those 3 kind of boards. If we have 4 that come on, we can do it on the bottom and have all 4, or we can rotate them, which he says is probably a better idea. Just continue to rotate through those companies. And again, it still serves the purpose, okay? They'll have a 10-second sponsor billboard promo graphic. Again, all these things are things that we will be pushing, you know, on our screen. They'll have a pre-in-game and post-game logos. So again, before the game starts, during warm-ups, they'll have all this stuff going on during the game. And then after the game, obviously, we'll have all those things going on. Game day sponsorships, the opportunity. Now, these are, again, we don't have to say, hey, they get 4 season tickets. Those are all non-negotiable, and they might want to have something else. But what we've talked about is, if you have one of the 4 sponsors, maybe they get to have our first responders night. And as part of the first responders, they come out and be a part of that celebration. You know, maybe it's a company that has product that they want to push at the gate, you know, wristbands, whatever, promoting Pearsall High School and Pearsall ISD. And so again, it's just a lot of different things and ways we can go with that. And again, those are discussions that we have. Now, we also have a founding partnership, which is also a commitment. This is a $5,000 commitment per year for 6 companies. And again, the difference between that and the big one is their pregame commercial is going to be before the game. It's not going to be during the game. So it's still a commitment. You'll still get signage. You're still going to get all those other things. You're going to get, you know, PA announcements. You're going to get, you know, your logo and all these other different things and areas. It's still a promotion. You're still going to get promoted. It's just you're not the big dog on the screen. And so, unfortunately, that's kind of what happens. Any questions on this part?
Once we get the power going on it, who's going to run it?
What's that?
Who's going to run it?
So, okay. So one of the things that we have discussed is obviously technology. We have some people in technology, Daniel being the director, but we also have some of the other people that are involved. It's an opportunity for them to work. OJ Reyes, who is our digital graphics kind of guy, we kind of want him to maybe take hold of it because obviously he can turn it into a class for the future and kind of something where they can use it for that educational purpose. So we have people, and we've talked to them. We just have not necessarily committed and said, this is the person doing it. I've gotten that phone call from our announcer, and he's like, I don't know what I'm doing up there, so please don't make it me. And we're not. We'll have a plan. We'll have somebody in place. But again, and the biggest thing with technology is if something happens, they'll have an understanding of what's going on. So we'll have a couple people, not just one, because if we put all our eggs in one basket, that could be bad if something happens.
Yeah, I agree.
So we'll have multiple people trained in it.
I know somebody that works for Steck, and Steck has a lot of money.
Okay, and that's the last part of my presentation. My last part of the presentation is obviously we need help looking for sponsorship, and obviously you guys might know some people. And Logie, give me that contact for that person, and I'll take care of that. But yes, no, and I will tell you, it's just really and truly the biggest thing. It benefits the kids, and that's what we want it to be about.
And I will tell you, the goal is for our students to be running the cameras and doing all that, but we're going to be building the program as we start. So we'll start out with a few more of the adults, and then it'll come in with the kids. I think Miss.
We're already included in our master schedule for the high school, so our audiovisual practicum will be spearheading this. But of course, the delay there is just getting them the training and whatnot. We tried to bring them in over the summer for that, but there's been a delay with that. So once school starts, they'll be creating graphics and doing all kinds of advertisements and stuff. So they'll be doing that as their practicum.
So we'll have kids creating commercials. We'll also be able to do shout outs. And there's going to be a lot of fun opportunities to have live TV. So when you think about, we don't have a live TV station here, but you want to do a live commercial and get your business in front of all of us, here you go. So it's got some great opportunities. We're looking forward to, like I said, getting the kids in the community involved in that.
And one of the things that Mr. Leroy was talking about was now this transformer. So my job and my next call is going to be to Daktronics and seeing if we could find a scoreboard that's already in place at maybe another school district, and then go over there and do a little bit of training on theirs, and just so we can get a little bit of practice beforehand. And so again, that will be something that I'll have to try to plan out with them.
So with budget workshop coming up and all, is this something that we have to consider a stipend for people who are gonna run this after, are we gonna, that's something, I just don't wanna forget it on.
Oh no, we've got it written down in our notes, because it is an extra.
Yes.
So I'm guessing they're looking for an underground transformer? An underground transformer?
I think it's up in the pole.
Up in here.
Yeah, where the line comes in, it's up there,
Yeah.
and it goes underground.
Yeah, 'cause I was gonna say, 'cause if you're looking at underground, you're gonna have to tear everything up again.
No, I think that's,
It's been planned, so.
Okay, all right,
I mean, do you have any connections to that?
maybe.
Okay.
Texting the engineer saying, get it done.
Any more questions? Yes.
I do. Number one, so kind of fill me in. So Daktronics would be the company that would help us push this out?
So I have talked to, so Daktronics, obviously they have their, people who sell the product, but then they have a marketing team. And so like, for instance, H.E.B. I was supposed to have a meeting with him yesterday, or actually Monday. He called in, he was sick, and so he wasn't able to do it. But Danny, who I'm working with in the marketing there, I'll tell him, I say, hey, I have H.E.B. that I'm going to go present, and he's actually going to come with me. And what he has is an actual presentation, like a live interactive, where he already has H.E.B. and a commercial in that presentation to kind of help me sell that stuff. And so if it's through a Zoom or however, obviously he has other clients and people that he has to work with, but they are working with us. It's not just me going in as a businessman.
So like, would they actually assist in helping our students?
Oh, yes.
They know what they're doing?
Yes. I'm sorry.
I feel like we're kind of going a little backwards in the sense that, okay, here's our plan, but now we've got to get people to run it.
No. They have,
Make sure that they're
no,
gonna
they
be
are,
supporting
yes,
our kiddos to make sure that this is run right, and these
Absolutely.
sponsors are gonna get their money's worth.
for sure.
Right?
Yes.
And then my next question is, how did y'all come up with these amounts, 12,000 and 5,000? I'm just curious.
So again, this was a kind of something that Well, again, Daktronics is kind of what they're doing is they're looking at different areas and kind of what they feel is, yes, that they can support. And so again, in the rural area, now, of course, we have, you know, oil here and we have some people that could possibly do it. You know, the question is can we get 4? And that's kind of the big thing is so they felt like this was a fair offer. And again, this is kind of how they moved forward with it.
If I can also say that that was part of the package when we purchased this. Daktronics gives us the training and all of that goes with it, and as well the marketing. And one thing we're trying to also keep in mind is, you know, small community, and band boosters are going to ask them for money, PTOs are going to ask them for money, Education Foundation will ask them for money, athletic boosters need it in addition to the scoreboard. So we're trying to make sure that we're not saying put all of your money into the scoreboard. You can afford to do the scoreboard, and then other people can still support all of our other organizations. So it may seem low, but at the same time, we know that they are also going to be supporting multiple organizations within the school district too.
And then my last question is, so what % of the revenue would the company actually keep?
They don't,
Or they
It's
just,
already,
we already bought the board.
so whatever, I know, but just because of their support with the digital media component, they're not gonna charge anything?
it's already.
That's part of the package. Yeah, that's already what we paid for when we bought the scoreboard.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I did want to add that they also provided curriculum aligned to not just the training, but there's also curriculum to be used in that faculty class.
I got 2 parts. One, on the presentation, unless it's, that part is just the presentation, the part where it says good for business, it has a survey. Did we actually do a survey, or that was just,
That's them.
okay?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't remember.
No, that's
hearing
them.
about it.
That's,
Okay.
all this is their marketing.
The
and-
reason
and
I'm
their-
not saying because it's all about Pearsall right there, so anyway, I just want to know that part. Anyway, when we first presented they presented to us, the board last year, or a little over a year ago, that was one of my concerns is like, who here can support it? And then at that time, I was not thinking out of the box, and then they talked about corporate, the Whataburgers coming in, you know, type deal. So we got a lot of corporates around the area.
Correct.
You know, that can, you know. Support it.
And I would tell you that I'm outside the box too. I even approached Dr. Spoor and said, hey, every time I drive down 35, I see nothing but Kickapoo, Lucky Eagle stuff.
Yeah.
And I know we're a school district, and that might seem like a wrong thing, but if we're talking about marketing and raising funds, they are a hotel and a food area as well.
I mean, we got AT&T, you know, so.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. So, man, I lost my train of thought.
No, there is a lot of corporates, like you said.
Yes, you mentioned the bank. I mean, I would hit them up. I mean, they got our money's interest in
Oh,
quite a bit of it.
They have monopolized, yes,
Yeah.
this
So-
town. But again, it's still
I said
still
it,
trying to
you know.
persuade them.
Yeah.
And
And then you have Hellas right there that at one workshop that I mentioned to them, you know, I said, how come, you know, we were talking about the new track and everything. They had 2 representatives here. I said, man, all the money that we're, you know, giving you on all your work, you know, how come you haven't sponsored? You never asked. That was their response. I don't know who was here. You know, I know Mr. A was here at that time.
Well,
So,
I think
saying,
while we have Hellas here, we
they're
can
here.
ask, and I mean, all you can do, and I've learned this kind of since I've started in the whole business world, is you can always ask, and all they're going to say is no. Worst they can say is no. It's not going to hurt my feelings any, and I'll just go ask the next one.
You know, you know, going around stadiums, I mean, you look at that kind of thing, you know,
Yep.
and Hellas is there on some scoreboards, you know, so why would they say no to us?
Correct. Any other questions? Good questions. I like them. We're good? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item 6, consent agenda. Being that there's only one item there, You know, I'm not gonna ask you to remove it from there, but, hopefully I'll have a minute to review the minutes for those two board meetings, for June the 16th and June 24. If there's any questions or concerns or corrections, if not, can I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve, consent item A as presented.
Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez makes a motion to approve the consent agenda item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Logie Rodriguez. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Anybody opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 6-0, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Okay, item 7, action items. Item A, Pearsall Junior High School additional roofing repairs, and Mr. Leroy San Miguel already touched up on some of it. If you want to continue on it as well? Yes, sir.
In your package, you should have the agenda item, and I tried to explain basically what's happening with the roofing repairs, and I think I mentioned to you a little while ago. We did solicit the bid from the contractor, and given that he has already had experience with the roofing and on those on that particular campus, on the junior high campus, and so it became, in our opinion, the best value for the district is to continue that relationship with them as well. So before you have the consideration is for the additional repairs. Just remember, we have $5,000 we're using from the existing contract, so we're going to reduce that amount to the $39,506.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. San Miguel on this, the roofing project? If not, may I have a motion to approve the item as presented?
I make a motion to approve the additional repairs.
Okay, Ms. Juanita Rendon makes a motion to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Diana Hughes. All in favor, raise your right hand. Nobody opposed. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, sir. I know you get other items here, but item B, Pearsall High School athletic flooring upgrade, Mr. San Miguel.
Yes, that's kind of goes in concert with what I mentioned to you a little while ago in the status report. As you know, we have some challenges on some of the athletic flooring at the high school, and so I know that several contractors have looked at that. Mr. Gonzalez has been very instrumental in getting those bids, and we had 2 bids that were submitted. The total amount was for $44,000 from Premier Finishes that we talked a little bit in the previous presentation, and the second bid was for $60,661 by HD Supply. Based on the interviews with from Mr. Gonzalez and the reviews from these contractors, it appears that the best value, which happens to be the best cost anyway, is Premier Finishes. I will say that in my experiences with Premier Finishes, they've done a lot of athletic work and done a lot of flooring projects that are very similar to this, if not the same, and they seem to do a very good job, and they stand by their product as well. So the recommendation is for, now remember the first phase, Dr. Spohr has already signed off on, which is to get them going as quickly as possible. And then the second phase, which is before the Board of Trustees right now for consideration for approval, is for the $23,092. And that is to finish up the hallways and the offices at the athletic department, or the athletic school, so to speak, in the area. So that's a recommendation, is for approval for Premier Finishes for the $23,092 to finish out the project, so to speak.
If there's any questions, if there's no questions, may I have a motion to approve the $23,092 as presented?
I'll make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approve
Okay.
the bid as presented for the athletic hallways and offices.
Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez makes a motion. Is there a second? second by Mr. Logie Rodriguez. All in favor, raise your right hand. No one opposed, motion passes 6-0.
All right. Thank you. Now, we got some work to do really fast, like, so, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Item C, 2026-2027 Pearsall ISD Student Code of Conduct, Mr. Adam Martinez.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Spohr, and members in the audience here this evening. This item will present the Texas Education Code requirement of the Board of Trustees to adopt the Student Code of Conduct every school year. Now, this is our district standards, disciplinary protocols, and behavioral expectations, as they do align with current state laws and local policy, fostering a safe and productive learning environment for all students. As of note, did want to also inform the board that since this is not a legislative year, there was not an update from TASB, who we get these model student code of conducts from. So in essence, without there being any updates, this is going to be something that is very, very much consistent with the 25-26 student code of conduct, as we did not have any updates come from TASB or from the legislative session. So this is something for the board's approval here this evening.
Is there any questions for Mr. Martinez on the Student Code of Conduct? If not, may I get a motion? You make a motion? Motion by Ms. Adrian Ramirez. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez. All in favor, raise your right hand. No one opposed, motion passes 6-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, board.
Next item, D, TASB Local Policy Update 127, Mr. Martinez.
Esteemed members of the board, as you recall, during the last board meeting, we did bring you a first review of this agenda item here. We do have a short presentation to review these local policy updates to our Pearsall ISD board policy. As of note, some of the things that are impacting and driving where we're having to make some updates to our local policy is what you see here on the screen right now. Primarily, we do have the update of House Bill 8, but again, we do have some other factors, as you see here, that are driving these legislative adjustments that are going to be requiring for our local policy. Why does this matter? Well, there is about 60 total policies that either are revised, edited, or deleted, and we do have several that are going to be needing to have some approval from the board here this evening, considering for your approval. And again, this is reflective in our local policy. So again, legal policy changes, again, new state and federal laws, and they are not optional, as they are the legal guidelines that we are able to adhere to. But our local policy is going to be the discretion of the school board, and that's what we're here for this evening. So as of note, we do have the information here that you see on the screen and also in your board book. There are several that, again, are going to be updated as a result of this, and I would love to answer any questions that you may have. I know they are pretty lengthy and extensive, but it is something that we are needing to update our local policies to align with our legal policies we have to adhere to.
Any questions? Okay. We had our first reading on the June 24 meeting on this. So basically what we're doing is approving this. So.
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
Yes. Okay, if there's no questions, do we have a motion to approve the policy 127 update as presented? Motion, there's a motion by Ms. Juanita Rendon. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez. All in favor, raise your right hand. No one opposed. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Item E, update to DEC local. Mrs. De Leon.
Good evening, board. So this update is just to our DEC local policy, and this is to reflect the information from our compensation that you all adopted. And so you all agreed to give an additional 3 days to anybody that worked 226 days or more with Pearsall ISD, and that's what this reflects. And so if you look at our local policy, the part in blue and red are the only parts that will be changing moving forward. And so it will be saying each employee shall earn paid local leave days in accordance with administrative regulations. An employee in a position requiring fewer than 226 days of service annually shall earn 5 local leave days per year. An employee in a position requiring 226 or more days of service annually shall earn 8 local leave paid days per year. And that would be the only change to be updated.
Okay, and like Mrs. De Leon said, that's the only thing that we're changing. So if there's no other questions, can I get a motion to approve the DEC update as presented?
I move that the board of trustees approve the update to the DEC local as presented.
Motion by Ms. Adrian Ramirez, is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Diana Hughes. All in favor, raise your right hand. No one opposed, motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Next item, F, MOU for Grow Your Own with Sul Ross State University. Mrs. De Leon.
Yes, sir. So I did want to give a little bit of a background, again, before you all make a decision on this. And so TEA, the Grow Your Own LASSO 4 grant for specifically Grow Your Own, is new this year to assist school districts in developing teacher pipelines. Previously, the school districts, if they did fund Grow Your Own, it was within their own funding, within their own budget. And so with this grant, the participants get anywhere between $8,000 and $12,000 to support teacher certification expenses. We don't know how much they're gonna give us until we are approved. And so they are able to give up to $12,000 if it's a rural school, which we are. And so hopefully we're able to get that $12,000 for that one participant. Pearsall ISD did initially intend to partner with Grand Canyon University. However, the district was informed very late in the process, very late May, that they were not an approved ECC, which is Educator Certification Candidate, under TEA guidelines. And so as a result, we were required to identify a new university partner and submit a potential partnership to TEA by May 29th. And so therefore, that's why Sul Ross was submitted. And again, the reason for that is because we did contact several institutions, including University of Texas Rio Grande, UTRGV, Texas A&M San Antonio, Texas A&M Kingsville, and Wayland Baptist University. Unfortunately, the district did not receive responses regarding those partnership opportunities from these institutions, and I actually also did bring my emails just to show you all if you would like to see them, but I didn't get any response. And not only did I email, I also picked up the phone and called and left voicemails, but unfortunately did not hear back. Sul Ross was the only university that responded and demonstrated a willingness to establish a partnership under the Grow Your Own LASSO program, because like I've just mentioned, it is new to the entire state of Texas, and so that part is new. The reason Sul Ross was chosen, again, is because they have the most affordable tuition rates among comparable institutions, which aligns with the limited funding available per participant, because again, just up to the $12,000, the individual is going to have to pick up the rest of the bill, whatever that happens to be. And again, this MOU is just for 1 year. It is not forevermore. It's just for 1 year. Because of LASSO grant, universities do not have the success or completion data specific to the partnership model because it is brand new this year. The memorandum of understanding between Pearsall and Sul Ross University took a whole month for us to go back and forth with our legal team. So our legal team looked at the MOU that they had sent us, they reviewed it, they sent it back. I had to send it back to their legal team. They looked it over. It literally took a whole month going back and forth. And so Pearsall ISD has currently identified one eligible participant for enrollment. That person has actually already enrolled in Sul Ross University. TEA requires a submission of a finalized partnership agreement by August the 1st. Failure to approve and submit the MOU by this deadline will result in Pearsall ISD losing eligibility to participate in the Grow Your Own LASSO grant for the 26-27 school year.
Okay, Michelle, thank you for that additional information that was not presented in the last one. But do we have to stop right there? Can we continue reaching out to these universities, other universities, because a college does not just go, courses don't just go from May to December. They do 8-week periods, which means whoever may want to be interested in starting in the spring, is that an option that we could have already tied in working on?
So with this, whatever we approve by August, it's gonna be too late for the fall semester anyway. This would be for the spring semester. Whoever we choose to go with, right? But again, like I said, it did take a whole month going back and forth with the legal teams just to get this far. Literally all it's missing is a signature on this one. Yes, we can look at other partners for maybe potentially the 27-28 school year. I can keep trying with whoever. I literally have a list of all the universities in the state of Texas and junior colleges as well that are able to be partnered. However, the ones I did call, they had no idea what I was talking about. They're like, what is that? They're like, residency. And I'm like, no, not residency. Grow your own. It's still through LASSO 4, and they were oblivious. They didn't know. One of them told me, I'll reach out to my dean. Never came back, never called me back or emailed back. I did reach out to A&M San Antonio, to their dean, their College of Education dean, and their assistant dean. Didn't hear back. I called Catula, and every time I've called Catula, the director of human resources, for whatever reason, happens to be on vacation every time I call, and I never get a call back. But from what I was told by the secretary was they were thinking about partnering with Laredo, which makes sense for them because Laredo is really close to them. I did call also Dilly. Dilly said they didn't know who, but they were thinking about A&M San Antonio, and I said, cool, who are you partnering with, or who is your contact person, right? Because I have had problems contacting them, and they didn't have that information to share, and so unfortunately, this is where we're at this point right now.
So that's good, but I really want to optimize the options for coming into spring and then starting 27-28, because what we're doing, or future plans for bringing in more paras and bringing in all this, we need to recruit too, more than just one. We're bringing in.
Right, so right now, the reason it's just one is because they're requiring them to have 30 hours already on their belt. And that's because the state of Texas has said that by 29-30 school year, they have to be fully certified, and they don't want their graduation rates or whatever to be going down, right? And so they want someone that's already at least halfway done. So yes, we can go with a junior college to get them started, but as far as obviously for the bachelor degree, you would have to go with the university to partner for that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but already start branching out, because
yes.
I know there's a college there that we recommend, or that I recommended.
Yes, and I did call the one that you recommended, Mr. Nino, but he never called me back.
Okay.
I called twice.
Okay, then I will have him call directly, because those are good. He has a real nice cultural background, and I know that will help our rural community. So, and I know, did you recommend somebody from Kingsville?
We've talked to several universities, and right now, again, it's brand new.
I was asking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was asking.
I have all my readers. I can see it close. Go ahead. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I was asking.
Garza? Mm-hmm. Yes, I have that email, but didn't reach back out.
Okay, no, that's just, if you could please start working on options.
Yes.
And because of this one participant that we have, I definitely will support the MOU.
Good conversation. Thank you.
And just wondering, as some of our staff members are interested in going back to school and earning their degree in education, is there any other schools that they may be interested in?
So they're able to go with whatever school they want. We just have to partner with one specific university. That doesn't mean they all have to filter through that one university. They can go wherever. They can go to Southwest College. They can go San Marcos State University, wherever you want them to, wherever they choose to go, they're able to go. It's just, as far as a partnership, we have to establish one.
I know of one that actually she signed up to go to Grand Canyon University. We spoke about that.
Yes.
And she knew about the not being accredited, but she decided to still stay with that.
Yes, and I have her email as well. Not in this one, but I have it on my emails. And I did reach out to her and say, hey, if you want us to be able to potentially pay for your schooling, it can't be Grand Canyon University. And she said, no, I'm already invested. I'm going to stay here. So I'm like, okay. So.
The only reservation I would have is just, making sure that university is going to follow through with definitely preparing them.
Right.
And making sure that they earn that certification and are, highly qualified candidates.
So this part helps them with the bachelor's degree, but once they get their bachelor's degree, we're able to put them into the residency with Region 20 and then get them their certification that way too as well.
Any other?
These individuals that are going through the completers of the MOU program, can they present in maybe a faculty meeting to share their experiences to others that maybe, you know, to help recruit that?
Yeah, of course. And again, this is brand new, starting this year, but definitely maybe at the end of May they can do that. That way they'd have that experience already under their belt.
Because there are some successful computers, right, that are working on.
Right now we only have one for this, and we have one for residency. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Great conversation. Anybody else? No one? Okay, being that there's no more further questions or comments, may I have a motion to approve the MOU with Sul Ross State University as presented?
I motion.
Okay, there's a motion by Ms. Adrian Ramirez. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Logie Rodriguez. All in favor, raise your right hand. No one opposed. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so this one here, I know we don't have the pack in the packet, but I know I forwarded y'all an email, and Dr. Spore forwarded y'all an email. This is item G, TASB Board of Directors nomination. If we're in Region 20, so that's where we're going, and I believe it's only for A, position A, even though it's posted as B, but that's for the bigger school districts, bigger districts. So there's 5 individuals. There's Florinda Bernal, Southwest ISD, Ginger Friesenhan, incumbent from East Central ISD, Jacqueline Gonzalez out of Uvalde CISD, Louis Luna, Harlandale ISD, Mary Bell Unger Robles, Southside ISD. The only two that reached out that I'm aware of is Ginger Friesenhan. She reached out to me, and then Ms. Mary Bell Unger Robles reached out to Dr. Spore. So if y'all want to, tender a motion on any of these individuals that we can support, that would support us with Region 20 for any kind of items that might be presented for the whole region, and that's going to be in support of us. So may I receive a motion for any of these individuals?
So I did a little homework on that, and I'd like to motion to nominate Ginger.
Friesenhan. It's simple, just like.
Well, he's doing no meeting.
Nah, just kidding. I'm just kidding.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, so there's a motion for Ms. Ginger Friesenhan, incumbent out of East Central ISD by Ms. Adrian Rodriguez. Seconded by Ms. Juanita Rendon. What did I say? I'm sorry. Oh, Ramirez. Adrian Ramirez. I'm sorry. My apologies. Ms. Adrian Ramirez makes the motion, seconded by Mrs. Juanita Rendon, right? So, all in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, no one opposed, so motion passes 6-0. Congratulations, Ms. Ginger Friesenhan, incumbent, East Central ISD. Pearsall ISD will support you in your quest. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Item H, 2026-2027 Region 18 Education Service Center Purchasing Cooperative Interlocal Agreement. Mrs. Lisa Fernandez.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am.
This is just the annual renewal of our membership to participate in the Region 18 ESC Service Purchasing Co-op. The annual fee is $990, and it helps districts with the bidding process and compliance, saving money, etc. It's recommended that you approve the interlocal agreement included in tonight's agenda.
Any questions? No? Okay. There's a motion by Ms. Juanita Rendon to approve the Region 18, Purchasing Cooperative Interlocal Agreement as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez. All in favor, raise your right hand. No one opposed. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, item I, Mrs. Lisa Fernandez, budget amendment, and this is on regards to, the earlier, what you're gonna make,
Yes.
mention it, so go ahead.
Yes, sir. This budget amendment is specifically for Function 51 for maintenance and operations. We thought it would be a good idea to go ahead and bring it at this time due to the additional facility repairs and projects as discussed by Mr. San Miguel, as well as phone upgrades that were previously approved in another meeting. And there were some other projects that have been approved earlier this year that were not originally budgeted for. And this, again, I want to explain that if there's any unused monies, it will go back into budgetary fund balance. Currently, maintenance and operations has about $2 million encumbered. They may not use all of that by the end of the year, and if so, then that would also go back to fund balance. But we're just trying to be cautious with this.
Are there any questions on this item? If not, may I have a motion on this item?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the budget amendment for Function 51 as presented.
There's a motion by Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez to approve the Function 51 budget amendment as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Diana Hughes. All in favor, raise your right hand. No one opposed, motion passes 6-0.
Thank you,
ma'am.
everyone.
Okay. Being, we're at item 8, closed session. The board will now convene in closed session at 8:08 p.m. as authorized by Texas Government Code 551.001 under the following provisions. Legal note, publicly identify the specific statutes before convening. All final votes must occur in open session. A, appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. I'm not able to read the small print. It's real light. To discuss and consider the appointment and employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, and or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear complaints or charges against public officer or employee. It's not that I can't read, I just can't see it. HR report, B, legal consultation, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Consultation with legal counsel regarding Rodriguez versus Pearsall ISD, cause number 26-07-00159 CVF. And that's it. Okay. time is now 10:28 p.m. The board will now reconvene in open session. The board will consider and act if necessary on matters discussed in closed session. Is there a motion, Dr. Spore, do you have anything?
Just the human resources and contract recommendations.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept the HR report and as presented, contracts? Juanita Rendon makes a motion to accept the HR report as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Dora Mata Rodriguez. All in favor, raise your right hand. No one opposed. Motion carries 6-0. If there's no further business, we're moving on to item number 10, adjournment. So I move that this regular meeting of the Pearsall ISD Board of Trustees be adjourned at 10:29 p.m.